Test. Test 1, 2. Test, test.
Please welcome to the stage from Hills Bank, Janelle Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Ag Outlook. Welcome to everyone here in Riverside and also to those of you that are joining us live stream. I'm Janelle Johnson and I'm a commercial lender at Hills Bank out of our Washington office, and I'd like to thank you all for being here this morning. Can I get a show of hands? Who is a first-time Ag Outlook attendee? Good, several. Awesome. Well, welcome to those that are new and welcome to those of you that are back again. The speakers joining us today will bring you relevant, useful information that I think you'll all enjoy. The agricultural industry is constantly changing, and it's important to be aware of the issues that impact your operations. Continuing to learn about changes and opportunities will help you address profitability in your operation. Along with our sponsors, Hills Bank is glad to offer a day of connecting with you with resources and information that will help you prepare for the future. A special thanks to our sponsors who help make this event possible. Ag Risk Crop Insurance, Advanced Tiling and Trenching, Eldon C. Stutzman Incorporated, Growthland, Hertz Farm Management, Iowa State University Extension and Outreach, KDK Sales and Equipment, and Latta Harris. Let's give those sponsors a round of applause. I have two groups that I'd like to recognize here today. First is the Ag Science students from Kirkwood Community College. If you could please stand. And second are the Iowa, go ahead, yep, thank you. And next are the Iowa Wesleyan University students and administrators. Thank you all for joining us today. We hope you'll find this a valuable part of your educational growth. Now let's get started. Our first speaker is Nate Kaufman. Nate is the vice president of the Omaha branch executive with the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City and is the Kansas City Fed's principal expert in agricultural economics. He is a leading voice on the agricultural economy throughout 7 states of the 10th Federal Reserve District and the broader Federal Reserve System. Nate oversees several bank and Federal Reserve efforts to track economic and financial conditions for agriculture and hosts the Kansas City Fed's Agricultural Symposium. He received his PhD in economics from Iowa State University. Nate lives in Omaha with his wife and 4 children. Toward the end, if there is time for some questions, there's a microphone in the middle of the room. If you have questions for Nate at that time, please feel free to step forward and ask those. Please help me welcome Nate Kaufman. Thank you, Nate. By the end of the day, I'll know to turn the microphone on. Thank you, Nate. At this time, we're going to take a short 10-minute break, so we will resume at 11:02 and with our next speaker. Thank you.
We ask that you please return to your seats. Our next speaker will start in 1 minute. Please welcome to the stage from Hills Bank, Bethany Gorsh.
All right, hello. If anyone has an open seat at their table, can you please raise your hand? We have some people looking for spots. People looking for spots. Looks like the front side maybe would be a good option. Okay, so it's time for our grain marketing specialist, Elaine Kub. Elaine Kub is a chartered financial analyst and is an internationally recognized expert in the economics of commodity markets. Her fundamental quantitative analysis is featured in a column for the DTN Progressive Farmer, in various media appearances, in her book Mastering the Grain Markets, How Profits Are Really Made, and in her consulting work, which helps institutions and business owners understand the risks and opportunities within the markets. Today, Elaine will give us an update on where the markets are sitting currently and give us her outlook for this next year. Please welcome to the stage, Elaine Kub.
Thank you, Bethany. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for the invitation. Eastern Iowa is beautiful. I love Eastern Iowa. Someday, if I am reincarnated to another life and I end up in Eastern Iowa, I would be very happy. As it happens, I'm from Central South Dakota, which is similar in some senses in that it is agricultural, but different, of course. It's more sparse, which is beautiful in its own way, but different. Anyway, it got me thinking about some regional differences about how close does somebody have to be a neighbor, or how close does something have to be for you to consider driving there as opposed to flying there? I love driving, so I'll drive anywhere, but I'm thinking, you know, if someone here needs to go to Chicago, you guys probably drive, right? But if it's 6 hours away, do you drive? Or if it's 10 hours away, what is your cutoff? What is your cutoff for how far something has to be before you consider flying? 8 hours, yeah. Well, for me, it's longer than that. I decided to drive here. So where I'm from is up there, kind of west of Aberdeen, South Dakota. You can see my drive yesterday was kind of more like 10 hours by the time I made it through the blizzard. Yeah, so Bethany gave the official introduction, but I'll also give you the real farm country introduction. Is I grew up near Ipswich, South Dakota on a family farm, and I'm back on that farm now. And in addition to the commodity consulting work that I do, I also farm some corn and soybeans on land that I rent from my dad and my uncle. And I have a small herd by South Dakota standards of Sim Angus mutts. And the only thing that's really interesting about them is that they're all fall calvers. And the neighbors think that we're all crazy, of course, but actually it works really nice because when the cows are calving out on pasture, they just never really seem to have very many problems. And then the calves get to hit the spring market, which this year is going to be extremely hot. You know, and you think even farther out for the calves that are being born today that are going towards that fall market, I see there's LRP opportunities at like 220. So feeder cattle prices are very hot. But Hills Bank did not bring me here to talk about feeder cattle prices. They brought me here to talk about grain prices, and specifically about corn and soybean prices. However, I'm going to focus on wheat a little bit, stay a little haywire on wheat. And it's not because I'm from wheat country. I know South Dakota was historically wheat country, but it's not really anymore, not with corn hybrids being what they are. And I know that you people in eastern South Dakota think that we can't grow 200 bushel corn. And I'm here to tell you that yes, we can. In 2019, that really wet year, I grew 200 bushel corn. It was 40-pound test weight, but hey, the monitor on the combine said 200 bushels. Anyway, so wheat. The reason I want to talk about wheat just briefly is not really about what the wheat market's going to do. Nobody in this room cares. But because I have a really long-term chart that goes back with wheat prices way back to 1750. And I think that this is probably the longest-term commodity chart that you could even come up with. I mean, I guess you could find gold prices from the Middle Ages or something, but that's kind of a different thing. But if we want to think about just some eternal truths about how commodity markets behave, what we can really predict or what we can really have for an outlook for any commodity market, the longest term thing we can really look at is this wheat chart, which most of this I ripped off from a book called The Amber Waves of History by Hugh Ulrich. But then I've added to that he goes back, originally these 1750 prices are from the London Wheat Exchange. And you can see there's these peaks and spikes and bubbles sort of when the Napoleonic Wars happened or when World War I happened and the US was shipping a lot of wheat across the ocean. And at some point in this chart, it's kind of funny, like I switched to Chicago prices. And so there's multiple different currencies and obviously it's not inflation adjusted. And there's lots of problems with this chart. But what the chart is showing us is that we can always rely on commodity markets to have a big spike if something weird happens to create scarcity. But then that spike always comes back down to the cost of production. Always. That is the one truth you can always rely on for commodity markets. They will always come back down to punish producers that are not able to grow the cheapest or produce the cheapest possible version of those commodities. Because the buyers in an undifferentiated commodity market will always have an opportunity to go buy from somebody else who can produce it cheaper. So keep this in mind as we go forth to the next slide, which is going to show us another sort of historical look, but at markets that we might care a little bit more about in this room, which is corn and soybeans, and specifically corn. So this chart is going to take a little explanation, and I apologize for that. It's sort of a difficult chart to explain. And I know that folks in the back may not be able to see this, and so you do have handouts on your table if you want to kind of follow along some of the smaller print on this. But let's just focus, let me explain to you what's going on here. Focus first on the light blue line. These are pricing opportunities for the 2013 corn crop. And it starts way back in January of 2010. That is when the December 2013 corn futures contract started trading on the Chicago Board of Trade. So at that time, you could lock in a price for your 2013 futures at $4.50 or whatever, and you had these continued opportunities through 2011 and the beginning of 2012 to lock in a price for your 2013 crop way ahead of time at $5, $6, that's great. And then in August of 2012, we had the drought that was obviously affecting those old crop or current crop prices for 2012, but was also juicing up the prices for 2013 futures, 2014 futures, and 2015 futures. So there was that spike, and then the market sort of dwindled on down. And at some point in 2013, that light blue line switches over from the December contract to the old crop nearby prices, but you see all of the opportunities you had to sell the 2013 crop, what your price opportunities were. And your best opportunity was in August 2012, when a completely different year's crop was experiencing this big jump and a spike in prices. And that opportunity never came back again. That was also true for the 2014 crop. Your best opportunity to lock in a price for 2014 corn was August 2012. And your best opportunity to lock in a price for 2015 corn was also 2012. We had that spike. It affected the entire market for many years out on the futures market, and then that opportunity never came back again. So now I am going to show you this chart side by side with what it looks like for 2023, 2024, and 2025 futures at this moment in time. Now I am not suggesting that history must or will repeat itself. I don't know that we're never going to see those highs that we saw on April 23rd, 2022 for these 2023 crops, 2024 crops, and 2025 crops. I don't know. But that's sort of the goal of this presentation today, right, is to discuss whether we should expect a dwindling back down towards the cost of production, which is the eternal tendency of commodity markets, or whether these markets are in a scenario right now where they can be sustained at these high prices, that Nate Kaufman discussed, that we are in, fairly favorable income and pricing opportunities in the agriculture industry right now. To what degree can that be maintained, or are we looking at history repeating itself? Have your best opportunities for pricing 2023, 2024, and 2025 already gone behind us? I don't know. But let's investigate it, shall we? Okay, another way of looking at this. Okay, when I got started in this industry, I've spoken at the Hills Bank Ag Outlook before, and I think I've probably always said something like 7 out of 10 years, your best opportunity for pricing grain is in the spring before harvest. And I said that again to some beginning farmers back in January, because they, if you just started farming last year or a couple years ago, wow, are you going to be in for a wake-up call eventually? It's not always going to be like this. So I was trying to make this case that you got to be hedging ahead of time. You got to be locking in prices before harvest comes and prices start to fall apart. So I always say that 7 out of 10 years, your best opportunity is in the spring before harvest. But I didn't actually have any data. So then I put this together, and thankfully, thank goodness, it actually did turn out to be exactly 7 out of the last 10 years. But notably, the 2 years that your best opportunity to sell corn was actually at harvest was the past 2 years. In 2020, so down there in the lower left-hand corner of this slide, if you locked in prices ahead, pre-harvest hedging, the way that I am telling you to do now and your banker tells you to do and everybody tells you is the right way to market grain, if you did that, you sold corn at $3.40. If you waited for harvest, you sold corn at $4.07. And if you stuck it in the bin and did nothing with it and had the do nothing option, you had an opportunity to sell it at $6.50. So the same thing kind of happened in 2021. The longer you waited, the longer you procrastinated and put off pulling the trigger and setting a price on your grain, the better off you were. Well, that's great, but it's going to have developed some bad habits, I think, and just behaviorally, we are going to be more likely to remember these recent examples of how the markets behaved than the longer history of how markets typically behave. So 2020 and 2021, I think, got us into some bad habits potentially, or bad, like incorrect memories, or memories that are going to lead us astray in future years. This is just another way of looking at that. And again, you have this chart in your slide there, so you can take this home. If you ever want to convince yourself, should I be locking in a price for my grain ahead of time? History will be on your side if you do. And another way of looking at this, if we go to the next slide, here we go. Another way of looking at this, we're still on corn prices specifically. This is another one that takes a little explanation. Each of the bars are showing the price ranges that the new crop futures contract traded in sort of the typical pre-harvest hedging season. So February through July. So when you've got an idea of how much corn you're going to grow in a given year, maybe you've got it planted, maybe you've got some of that spring weather juicing things up. This typical season when folks do tend to be locking in a price for their new crop grain, these were the trading ranges that each of those December contracts had. And then there's also a horizontal line with each of these associated with the cost of production from Iowa State University for each of those years. And the point I was trying to make with this chart is to show that in each of these past however many years, there has always been some opportunity to sell above the cost of production. Now, some of these years were kind of tricky. Like in 2015, you maybe didn't have you had a very brief window of opportunity to lock in futures prices ahead of the cost of production. This doesn't include backing off basis, so maybe you couldn't have technically made a profit in 2015. But most of these years, there has always been some opportunity in this February to July timeframe to lock in some kind of profitable price. And then, of course, when you look at 2022 and 2023, we're talking about a completely different scale. And again, this backs up the Federal Reserve's charts about farm income generally in these past couple of years. This is a favorable time as far as profitability opportunities. And I know farmers don't like to hear that. I know that like the refrain will always be, but fertilizer prices, or if we're in Kansas, but the drought. I mean, I get it. I do understand. I farm myself, that it's not as rosy and lovely as this chart itself makes it look. But just to remind ourselves that if you do act ahead of time, you have always had some opportunity. And a little hint for what's coming up later in the presentation. In 2023, the cost of production that I'm using for corn is $4.79 coming from the Iowa State University. So it's gone up, but we will get into that. In fact, let's get into it right now. Let's talk about that. If we believe that commodity markets are always eternally going to be driven back down towards the cost of production, then it really behooves us to know what that cost of production is. How bad can it get? And again, when I think back to starting in this industry, I started at a very juicy time back in 2008 when corn prices were really high, and somebody would ask on market to market, whatever, are corn prices always going to be $7? And I'd say, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. I didn't know. And I think I would even say at presentations that this cost of production, commodity markets will go back down to the cost of production, but I felt pretty confident they would never go below the cost of production. That sounds crazy. But Steve Johnson from Iowa State University, I remember vividly at the Grundy County Fair one summer, he was a big believer that the markets were going to go back down below the cost of production. And I thought, surely not. That can't happen. Lo and behold, they did. So I've learned things from Steve Johnson and from farmers across Iowa and farmers across the United States. It definitely can happen. New farmers, beginning people in the agriculture industry, be prepared. It can, and I believe will happen, that the markets will go back down below the cost of production. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but eventually they will. So when I show you these cost of production calculations, don't think that this is a magic floor below which the markets cannot go. It's just something to give us some reference to think about profitability and what our opportunities are in 2023. So let's dig into this. We've got soybean cost of production. If I get my clicker. There we go. Okay. The costs to grow 59 bushel per acre soybeans in Iowa in 2023. These are according to Iowa State Extension's Alejandro Plastina. He puts together these budgets, and your mileage may vary. These are not set in stone for each individual farmer, of course, or each individual field, but just a kind of a sample of what it might cost for each acre to plant soybeans in a field. And the thing that I want to highlight on this particular slide is, first of all, the total cost per acre is $697 per acre. So as you're getting together with your ag lender about what it's going to take to actually put in a crop of soybeans this year, $697 an acre. It's a lot. It works out to $11.82 per bushel. Remember that number. We're going to come back to that later when we're talking about profits. But the other thing to really highlight on this chart is that the biggest piece of this pie is the cash rent equivalent, is that top right light green chunk. They're assuming a cash rent equivalent of $285 per acre. So if you're renting it at $285, I don't know if that's realistic in eastern Iowa. How do we feel? Do you think it's higher or lower than that where you are at? Raise your higher. I figured. Eastern Iowa is lovely. Like I said, it's beautiful here. I would probably charge more than that for rent, but that's what they're using at Iowa State. So let's look at this, keep this in our mind, and now let's look at corn costs of production. So using that same cash rent equivalent of $285. Now, remember that was definitely the biggest piece for soybeans, and it's also the biggest piece for growing corn too, but there's a couple of other big pieces of the costs of growing corn in Iowa in 2023. This is assuming you're gonna get 202 bushels per acre. Your total costs per acre are $968 per acre. So bigger, even bigger, obviously. And that works out per bushel to $4.79 per bushel. Now, of course, we can definitely quibble with these crop budgets. We can quibble with the value that he uses for rent. We can quibble with the drying charges. $90 seems like a lot for drying charges. You know, you look at all of the various land grant universities that put together these crop budgets, these estimated costs of growing a crop in 2023, and they vary. Nebraska, for instance, they put theirs together back in October, and that worked out to $5.15 per bushel or something like that. But of course, they don't grow this 200 bushel corn. And also, crucially, when they put those together back in October, fertilizer prices were 15% higher than they are today. You know, fertilizer prices keep on coming down the longer you wait to sort of put these budgets together or put together projected budgets for your lenders. We can quibble about that. Some land grant universities will put in like a cost of living. Some include taxes. So we can quibble, like I said, but again, the big takeaways are that is the big question mark or the big chunk of the corn cost of production that makes all the difference in the world when we start to think about what this works out to per bushel, whether it's going to be profitable, whether it's going to be more or less profitable than growing soybeans, whether or not it makes sense to start considering like changing your acreage mix, which I I don't know how often people really make that choice on the fly in May, but it may be the case that if fertilizer prices continue to come down, it may start to become increasingly favorable to lean towards corn. So let's look into that. Are there opportunities to start leaning towards corn versus soybeans or vice versa? Which is more profitable? Okay, what is this? All right, this is a map of cash corn prices last week. So these are old crop prices, but again, this sort of feeds into the same narrative that we discussed on those first few slides about a very hot opportunity one year that may not last through the next few years. So these, as I mentioned, I pulled this map a week ago from DTN, and prices are certainly at least 40 cents lower than that now because prices have fallen in the past week just as funds have been liquidating, and we've just had kind of a volatile little period in the market. So these are not exactly quite up to date, but nevertheless, it shows a really interesting picture, and it shows particularly interesting if I switch this to show these prices for old crop corn in terms of basis. These are very strong basis levels, unusually strong. I don't know if you can really, well, yeah, you can see the Lake Michigan and sort of get a sense of where Iowa is on this map and everywhere else. So northwestern Iowa, those livestock regions, you've got basis of 40 over. Down in Kansas, where they have a drought and a lot of livestock, and so incredible scarcity for actual physical grain, you've got basis of 90 over. If the map went farther, you'd see basis of $1 something over. There was a time when the river, the Mississippi River was they were stuck and they weren't shipping barges out, and you could arbitrage grain across the state of Missouri for something like $4 difference because of dollar under basis at the river and $1 something over in Kansas. Anyway, basis has been wild, and it is a reflection of actual scarcity that we are experiencing for physical grain, particularly in the Southwest. And again, even in Iowa, anywhere where there's a livestock industry that's really screaming for this grain. So that's just again, a reflection of how hot things are now, but I don't know that we can necessarily have this expectation as we go forward into 2023. The basis picture may change entirely in addition to the futures market changing. And that seems to be the expectation of the industry so far. I'm going to show you some new crop bids. There we go. Maybe. Bear with me. I'm going to try to show you some new crop bids. There we go, for corn and soybeans. These, I'm not going to name the elevator. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I picked an elevator within 40 miles of Riverside here. What are they bidding for actual new crop grain delivered in October? And again, this was last week, so maybe shade these 40 cents for corn and 80 cents for soybeans. But the basis values, look at that, are quite different. So whereas now you're looking at a basis value of what, 10 under? By the time new crop delivery comes around, the industry is expecting basis to have normalized back to 50 under. The expectation at this point, and there's no reason not to have it, the expectation is that we'll have a normal crop, particularly in eastern Iowa, or particularly in the eastern Corn Belt generally. La Nina has basically neutralized, the trade winds have shifted. I'm sure Eric Snodgrass is going to talk about this at length. But the expectation for 2023 production in North America should be for a normal crop, therefore normal basis. Therefore, this sort of leads us to believe that we might see that normalization of commodity prices back lower. And certainly the markets have looked at pay in the past week, but there are arguments against it too. Oh, and just official crop insurance reference prices, those are now available today. And these are not them. So that 2023 bar is showing $5.95 for corn and $13.76 for soybeans. But again, I made that calculation last week on the 21st, and I think I wrote this down. Yeah, as of yesterday when the markets closed, it's actually $5.91 is the February average for new crop corn futures and $13.76 for new crop soybean futures. Now, what's interesting about that is what's the difference between them, right? Or the soybean to corn price ratio. We generally expect to see soybeans at least 2.5 times the price of corn in a normal scenario because soybeans don't yield as much per bushel, et cetera, et cetera. But in this case, soybeans are actually underpriced compared to corn. This represents a 2.31 to 1 price ratio of soybeans over corn, which is low in historical terms. But I have made the argument in my latest column that the reason why the soybean to corn price ratio is relatively low right now is because of these high fertilizer prices. When fertilizer prices are so high for corn, you know, that soybeans have to pay less to become profitable, or there's more opportunity in there for them. Let's go back, because, well, we don't have to go back, but just remember, what were those costs of production? I very intentionally and specifically did not make a chart or a slide to show any actual profitability calculations, because again, I don't want people to sit here and, like, you know, count your chickens before they hatch, or get into this with your bankers if you haven't done your own individual cost of production calculations. But if you did your own individual cost of production calculations and you decided that the cost to grow corn was $4.79, and your opportunities to sell corn, you could go lock in a future or a cash price today at your local elevator at $5.26. There's obviously profit in that. And again, I didn't write it down on a slide, but I'll tell you, there's $98 per acre of profit in that. I mean, this is not impossible to do, even with fertilizer prices being what they are today. And soybeans similarly, if you can really grow them for $11.79 per bushel, and you can really go lock in a price today at your local elevator at $13.12 or whatever, there really is profit in that of like $80 per acre. So again, the soybeans are underpriced compared to corn at this point. They're not bidding as hard for acres. And that has shown up in the latest projections from USDA. They did put out their acreage projections last week for what, I mean, these are very preliminary, and I think these are even more than usual, way open to being changed by the time planting season actually rolls around because of the fertilizer prices and how much that could change. But at this point, the USDA looked at this soybean to corn price ratio and decided soybeans haven't been bidding as much. They're not as aggressively bidding for acres. And so they're set that at 87.5 million acres of soybeans in 2023 in the United States, which is flat. I mean, that's pretty much the same as it was last year. And they have decided, because corn has been bidding so hard or been winning this battle for acres in this soybean to corn price ratio, they're expecting corn acreage to boost up to 91 million acres of corn. Everything is up, right? It's not just corn and soybeans that are profitable. Wheat is not really profitable, but everything else is great, right? Your sunflowers, your cotton, your peanuts, I don't know. I mean, name a crop. Like, there's profitability opportunities in this inflated price environment. So acreage for basically everything is up. Total arable acres is up, but soybeans notably are flat. They're not down, but they're flat. So what are fertilizer prices going to do? I've got here a chart of dry urea prices, which I like to use as just sort of a proxy of all nitrogen fertilizer prices because they're shippable and therefore it doesn't include so many logistics problems. But I don't know, is this anhydrous country or is this dry urea country? Anhydrous country, yeah, sure. Sure, I picked the dry urea chart and here's anhydrous. But anyway, I just use this as sort of a proxy for all nitrogen fertilizer. And you can see that we've experienced spikes in the past in fertilizer prices back in 2012, notably, but they come back down. And, you know, full disclosure, I got very nervous last fall and I priced all of my fertilizer back at the end of September. And I don't feel bad about it. I feel like that was a good risk management thing to do. I think it was a conservative choice to make. We didn't know at that time that there would be this mild winter in Europe and that natural gas prices, which are notoriously volatile, that they would come back down and allow global nitrogen-based fertilizer prices to come back down the way that they have. So as you look for the entire nation's planting intentions when we come up to 2023, it entirely depends whether they were freaked out and conservative like me and priced in their fertilizer 15% higher than it is now, or if they're pricing your fertilizer in February or March, or if they're waiting until May when fertilizer prices could be, I don't know, 15% higher again if something crazy happens, or if they could continue lower back down to a normal level. This is the huge unknown, and I don't have any particular advice for you. I don't know what Vladimir Putin is going to do when he wakes up tomorrow. So, you know, this is a huge unknown, and I don't have a very good outlook for you for fertilizer other than to say that, yeah, natural gas prices have normalized, and a lot of the influences that cause fertilizer prices to spike have normalized for the time being, but that's pending future developments. Oh, here's a chart this is not my chart. I ripped this chart off from a fertilizer analyst called Laura Cross, and she was speaking at the USDA Ag Outlook Forum last week. And I just really liked, particularly in eastern Iowa, where I know you guys use a lot of the phosphate and potash fertilizers as well. It's probably not in your sheet, but it shows where all of these various fertilizers are coming from. So the nitrogen-based ones are the bars in the green in her little call-out slide. China's the biggest producer, Russia, the United States, India. Phosphate is the interesting one, right? Like US does not produce probably enough phosphate to supply our own domestic market. The vast majority of that would be coming from China or Morocco, and I'm sure you heard the stories about that last year. Potash from Canada, that's relatively safe, but Russia and Belarus are, of course, the big dominant producers worldwide of potash. And I also liked her analysis of what drives global fertilizer markets. And I just thought this was so neat that, like, you can always say this about a commodity market, right? What drives a commodity market? Supply and demand. Great. Easy, right? But what's nice about fertilizers is that there actually is sort of a ceiling or some actual influences that can reliably predict a ceiling. Global food demand, crop prices, and farmers' ability to pay. When we're talking about commodities like corn or soybeans or wheat, we can say that they're influenced by supply and demand. I can tell you that there is sort of a floor or an expectation of an equilibrium price down at the cost of production. But I cannot tell you that there's any known or predictable ceiling to corn prices or soybean prices. I mean, the ceiling is just whatever anybody is willing to pay. And we'll talk a little bit more about, what that's worth to processors, for instance, but there's no real predictable ceiling. With fertilizer, there is going to be a point in time where the consumers push back, the consumers being farmers, and maybe not in the United States, but globally. In Africa, for instance, they just kind of stopped putting fertilizer on their grain last year. There's a lot of the world where growing crops they don't have access to funding. They don't have Hills Bank to give them a loan to buy fertilizer, and so they just didn't put it on. So there's just the fertilizer market is therefore, I think, a lot more responsive to price, a lot more elastic. And I thought that was an interesting way to emphasize that point and to convince ourselves that, yeah, maybe fertilizer prices could continue to come down. Possibly. All right, I'm going to go through a few more kind of global thoughts. And I just sort of cherry picked some things about what's going on in the markets today that are going to help us sort of develop an impression of whether we should be expecting these crop markets to come back down toward the cost of production, or whether we should be expecting them through 2023 to remain elevated and remain highly supported at these relatively high prices. So as I go through this cherry-picked sort of list of things that are happening in the market today, just sort of consider each of them with regard to, do they tighten up or release the supply and demand for corn and soybeans specifically? Bear with me. We're going to get there. Sure, there we go. Okay, the globe. All right. So number one, we've got Russia. Record large wheat crop, but exports are limited by stormy weather. So the weather is, there's so much about the wheat export business specifically and the oil export business right now that is affected almost entirely by logistics rather than the actual supply and demand. So yeah, Russia has this record large wheat crop, but it's not really getting out at the moment. That's why we did see some bullishness in wheat in the past couple of weeks. But it doesn't really matter to the corn and soybeans, except that anything that I highlight here about wheat is also a market, a feed grains market for the globe. So if you have a scenario where wheat cannot get to customers and the global price of wheat starts to skyrocket, that will affect corn prices to some degree. And that's, the large story in a lot of these global things that I'm going to highlight here. There we go. Yeah, ongoing war in Ukraine. Again, logistics problem. And also, something like 18 to 20% of the crops that they will be planting this spring are now behind the front line. So last year at this time, almost exactly a year ago, when that war got started, they had already had the previous year's fall plantings in place for their winter wheat and winter canola and such. But that's not the case now. So there could be a potential for even more reduction in their actual production in this year coming up if things don't, get resolved, which they don't look like they are. So in the Middle East and North Africa, that's where you're going to experience the real problems of not being able to receive these shipments of wheat and feed grains. Europe, winter crops are extremely dry. So this triple dip La Nina has had an effect obviously in South America, which we'll come to, but it has a very severe ongoing effect in Europe for their wheat crops. So again, this is a wheat crop argument. I know nobody in this room, does anyone in this room grow wheat? No, of course not. But if you start to get this really hot wheat price, that is actually a bullish argument for corn and corn exports from the United States as well. China. Okay, so we kind of made, so I've sort of made all of these things that we just talked about are sort of leaning towards the bullish side for corn. But for soybeans, it's kind of a different story. The big dominant gorilla in the room is, of course, China, which has diminishing soybean imports and those expectations for less economic growth, as Nate Kaufman just showed in his presentation, stabilized edible oil prices. We're no longer getting these big spikes in the Malaysian palm oil market, things like that. And right now, they don't have the production problems of soil moisture that you see in Europe or the southwest of the United States. And just a couple last ones, we'll come back over to the Western Hemisphere. We've got, of course, Brazil and Argentina. Yes, Brazil, record large soybean crop, bigger than the United States has ever been able to grow a soybean crop, 153 million metric tons, at least. I mean, this number is changing and it's being harvested now and looking good, right? Argentina, meanwhile, has a drought, so it's somewhat moderated, the picture from South America. And the United States, that scarcity that we just saw on the basis chart and that ongoing Western drought, I mean, some of that scarcity from 2021, 22, that's legitimately based, just like it was in 2012 throughout the Midwest. In the Southwest, that scarcity of what they themselves were able to grow and what they're drawing from the Midwest down to them with those extremely hot basis values, that's as present now as it ever was, and it will continue to be present as we go into the spring of 2023. Okay. Yeah. This is a chart that just shows continuous front month corn and soybean futures. Soybeans are in the blue, and it goes back to about, 2007? So it's a kind of a long-term chart, 2007 to 2022. And just to bring us all back into mind, into some of those first charts that I showed you, that one from wheat that goes back to 1750, these eternal patterns that we see in commodity markets of spiking up and spiking back down. Now, you look at this chart and there's, sure, maybe some potential to feel like it would come back down as part of this eternal pattern of coming back down off of a spike. But in my opinion, even if it does come back down toward the cost of production, we have just discussed how the cost of production itself has dramatically changed. The floor itself of this chart, in my opinion, has moved higher. So even if you have an expectation that the markets are going to continue doing what they've been doing for the past week, it's sort of dwindling lower or experiencing a sell-off because there is more confidence that it will be grown, that it will be produced in a normal weather year in 2023, even if you have that sort of bearish expectation, I don't believe that our expectation should be for it to go back down to where it was in 2018, 2019. I think our inflated price environment and our strong demand arguments that we've just made will keep it above that $3 level. I don't think we'll see $3 again in 2023. That's my confident prediction. There's my market outlook. We will not see $3 corn in 2023, I hope. Okay. Just a little more specifics. These are coming from February WASDE report. Where does the corn go here domestically in the United States? The thing that I wanted to pull out for you is that ending stocks at 1.2 billion bushels. Now, the reason why is because I don't know why coming to Hillsbank makes me feel so nostalgic about, where have I been in my career? But again, when I was a baby analyst just getting started in this industry, I was always told, Gary Wilhelmi at the Chicago Board of Trade or somebody always convinced me that like 10% stocks to use ratio is the golden number. If a market has a tighter than a 10% stocks to use ratio, it will be bullish. It will be, really, the industry will feel like there is not enough in the supply chain, there's not enough in the pipeline, they will be very eager to get locked in prices, there will be price wars, so here's what it is. The corn stocks to use ratio for the 22-23 crop is currently 8.9%. So it is less than 10%, but it's not a lot less than 10%. I mean, this makes the argument that prices should be well supported as we go forward for this old crop market. But it also makes us wonder that as we go into 2023 with more normalized production, probably, it would be easy for this to get back into a sense of normalcy where the markets will try to come back down. Again, is it well supported? This is the corn crush margin. If you take a single bushel of corn and put it through an ethanol plant, you get 2.8 gallons of ethanol at $2.22 per gallon for the ethanol itself on the wholesale market, $6.22. And you get 18 pounds of DDGs at $290 per ton, which I think is probably roughly about right in Iowa today. You get $2.61. Altogether, the products of crushing corn is $8.83. But you only paid $6.70 per bushel for the corn. So the crush margin, this is sort of just back of the envelope pencil calculations, the crush margin for corn is $2.13. Every bushel of corn that an ethanol plant is bringing in Iowa today or last week, so last week's prices, would be making $2.13 gross. I mean, this is probably not real because it's obviously not real because it's not including overhead costs or capital costs or a lot of things. Like there's a lot that's not going into this. But just this pure calculation of the products minus the original cost of the corn, making ethanol is a profitable opportunity right now. So that's great. I mean, that again supports the idea that the old crop market, certainly at least, is well supported. It's not like we have entirely challenged customers and customers can't afford to pay for fuel or to pay for DDGs when cattle are 170 or whatever they are. They're able to make this work. Our customers and our customers' customers are able to make this work even at these elevated prices for corn. So they may be well supported here through at least the end of the year. Soybeans are kind of a similar scenario, except even more so for the old crop market. When you talk about that stocks to use ratio, it's actually only 4.8%. So it is extremely tight, but it is also extremely vulnerable to being relieved by that huge Brazilian crop that we just talked about. So this is sort of a limited time argument to be really bullish about soybeans based on the scarcity here in the United States. And we see that in the weekly exports reports. But I do want to show you the soybean crush calculations. And again, this is a chart that requires some explanation, but it's kind of rewarding to show it over time. The first thing to start on this chart is that the black line is just the price of soybeans going from January 2014 to about last week. And so let's say the price of soybeans then was $15.25. Okay, so far so good. The other thing that's on this chart is the value of the meal from the crush and the value of the oil from the crush in that lighter orange. So if you take a bushel of soybeans into a processing plant, you turn it into soybean meal and soybean oil, and you get 48 pounds of meal from each bushel at $476 per ton. That gets you $11.43. Plus you get 11 pounds of oil at 63 cents per pound, gets you $6.94. So altogether, the value of the crushed products is $18.40. It only costs you $15.25 to buy that bushel of soybeans. So the very rough gross margin, not including overhead or capital costs or anything like that, is $3.15 per bushel. It is a good business to be in, to be processing soybeans right now in the United States. And boy, is that true. But the really interesting thing to take away from this chart is how this has changed or evolved over time. That value of the oil, the light orange on the bottom compared to the value of the meal in the dark orange on top. Now, historically, we've always said that soybean oil is never going to be the driver of the soybean market. And this is why, because historically, soybean meal is always the vast contributor to the actual profitability of processing soybeans. But that sort of changed in about the middle of 2021. You can see this big spike when the value of the oil itself became almost half of the overall value of the soybean crush. That was from the big spike in edible oil prices, Malaysian palm oil, soybean oil, everything, particularly coming from the demand from Asia. This has moderated somewhat. And again, you see this moderate kind of not back to normal, but it's no longer half of the value. Today, the value of the oil from the crush contributes about 38% to the overall crush. It's still a big contributor. So more so than in the past, we do need to be paying attention to the value of the edible oil. And I think this is perhaps related not only to the Asian demand for edible oil, but also for that biodiesel. This will continue to be a bigger and bigger part of our outlook for soybean prices is based on the oil prices. Oh, but just to convince ourselves that it's kind of a limited time opportunity, this overall pie is showing the global contribution of all vegetable oil production. So in terms of volumes of production, you can see that palm oil is the biggest one, but what I wanted to highlight here for you today is the green portions of that. So all of the soybean oil, or all of the soybeans that are being turned into oil, where do those come from in the world? And Brazil is by far, I mean, this gives you sort of a sense of scale of how much bigger Brazil's 153 million metric tons is compared to the US's 116 million metric tons of soybeans from the same marketing year. So when you have this big crop coming off of Brazil, it doesn't, to some degree, it doesn't matter that Argentina is kind of this or that, or has kind of a drought scenario. Brazil's big crop is going to come in and outweigh any slight bullishness from Argentina or even from the United States' low stocks to use ratio. Soybean meal to DDGs ratio, this one's a little harder to explain also, just to point out that when it gets below 1.5, it starts to work into beef rations at feedlots, which sort of doesn't really matter, but it has mattered this past summer when we had so much of the HPAI, the highly pathogenic avian influenza, and we lost large numbers of soybean meal eating poultry animals. I don't know if it's necessarily because of that, but sort of magically it worked out so that DDG prices were high at that time because of corn prices, obviously, and fuel prices. But soybean meal prices kind of came down because we lost those poultry. And so it sort of worked out that the beef feeding industry was able to step in and take up some of that slack. So I don't know, I just thought that, I thought I would share that this because I know there's a lot of cattle feeders around here and that it's a nice demonstration of how the markets just sort of work themselves out. Okay, I think it may be better to just sort of go through some questions that folks may have. Let's talk about anything that I have mentioned that sparked ideas for you. And if we don't have any questions, I have more slides that I can bother you with, but let's start with questions. No one? Well, there was a question earlier at my table about, what percentage of folks really are locking in prices for their grain ahead of time? And I do have some data about that. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a way to back up? Can I do that? There we go. Okay. So actually in 2018, there were some researchers at the University of Illinois, Gary Schnittke and his, at the time, graduate student, Jonathan Koppes. They did do a survey of how many farmers actually do lock in a price for their grain ahead of time at various points in time. They took snapshots in April and in June, and this is a chart of their results from April. And I'm showing it to you now, again, to encourage you to remember the vast history of our experience with the commodity markets is that you will be better off 7 out of 10 years to lock in a price in the spring and summer before a harvest, that the last couple of years were an anomaly, and that the long-term eternal trend of a commodity market will be to go back down toward the cost of production. So these opportunities that you have for profit ahead of you right now today may be a limited time opportunity. So to that end, to sort of encourage you to think about whether or not it's okay to be locking in a price for grain this early or in the next month or so, let's ask ourselves, is anybody else really doing it? Would I be the only one? No, you would not be the only one. Everybody's doing it, right? That's what Schnittke's results here are showing. So he's broken this out in 3 buckets, but anything on the green here bars is someone who has locked in some price for some grain by April 1st of 2018. The bright green is moderate hedgers that have 11 to 50% of their production hedged by April 1st, 2018. The dark green bars are people who have 51 to 100% of their production already hedged by April 1st, 2018. And the gray bars are the folks who just let it ride, procrastinate, are stumbling or hit by decision paralysis, afraid to finally pull the trigger and lock in a price for their grain. So again, you look at the large portion of this that is green and you see that, yeah, everybody's doing it. And to some extent, this whole survey is a little bit tricky because it was self-selected respondents. This isn't necessarily a representative sample of all farmers in the United States. These are just farmers that chose to respond to Schnittke's survey, and they came from the corn growers associations of 7 or 8 Midwestern states. So it's a group of people who are already probably pretty good marketers maybe, or they're choosing to answer the survey. But the other thing to point out about this is how it breaks out compared to, or according to, whether farming is the sole source of family income, that's the top bar. Farming is the primary source of family income is the middle bar, and off-farm income is very important is the bottom bar. So this is kind of saying, if you have a rich dentist spouse, I don't know, I guess you can be more loosey-goosey and not lock in a price for your grain. But if you're someone who is really relying on your farm income, and that's what you need to do to feed your family. If you're a very serious and professional farmer, you are more likely to be doing this good proactive marketing and locking in a price ahead of time before the markets have a chance to fall apart. So with that in your head, convince yourself everybody else is doing it. Again, I will put out a call for any questions. I don't want to get, I know folks are hungry for lunch, but we've walked through a lot of topics, and I'm happy to go back through any of them.
I'm just going to spend some experience. I think we have a question here.
There's one over here, if nothing else but you. Okay, there we go.
If there, why is ethanol, ethanol demand going down?
Ethanol demand? Yeah, the question is, why is ethanol demand going down? Well, I want to say electric cars, but it's not really electric cars, but it's amazing how the per capita demand of all fuel has not only sort of plateaued in the United States, but as you say, gone down. And it's sort of a hangover from the pandemic, people working from home more. My understanding is that that's legitimately it. People are just driving fewer miles because there's less trips back and forth to the office. The data seems to back that up. I mean, it seems like such a simple explanation, but I think that's the case for all fuel, and it's the case for ethanol. Of course, it's good to have 15% ethanol year round. That's great. We need to continue to be on the case of our legislators to make sure that we're supporting ethanol. But in my opinion, the US market for ethanol has never lived or died based on the RFS. There is so much potential for international use of ethanol to increase, actually, for our exports of ethanol to increase. Exporting grain in all forms, so liquid grain, ethanol. I think it's not the end of the world, because I think there's potential whenever this global slowdown, recession, whatever happens here in the next year or so, whenever we get through this stutter, I think there's potential for the global use of ethanol to increase. But I do think our domestic use of fuel, I think that's just true, that we are going to sort of plateau here.
We read reports of the whole renewable biofuels industry, especially using soybean oil, that in the matter of the next 3 to 5 years could take all our soybean oil for that. What's the likelihood, and what do you think would be the impact on our commodity prices? And of course, the competition from other places in the world bringing it here.
Yeah, I guess I hadn't heard that. I hadn't thought about that. If they take all of our soybean oil, I mean, prices would go up, right? I mean, that would be wild, because there's so many other uses of soybean oil that must bid for it also. We use a lot of soybean oil in food products, food manufacturing in the United States. There are certain other substitutes, sunflower oil, but canola oil, obviously. I mean, you'd be bullish for all of these. And I guess I don't have specifics about that's forecast for biodiesel using up all of our soybean oil, but I kind of hope it doesn't, because it would be, we'd end up with that. Do you remember back in 2012, was it the food versus fuel debate? And people start to demonize the agriculture industry for sending their crops to the most economically profitable outlet, and then we're starving grocery shoppers that can't afford to buy oil to fry their French fries. I mean, that's not a great outcome to damage the affordability of food products for other citizens in the United States. It's probably not politically palatable. So hopefully it doesn't use up all of our soybean oil, but hopefully it does juice it up to some extent. Thank you.
We have time for one more question.
You have, tell us a little bit about the livestock portion of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a pass on swine just because seasonally it's a disaster, but I do want to speak about the beef market right now, because it goes back and it sort of tees up Eric Snodgrass's presentation after lunch. It's so much dependent upon the drought right now. It's so bullish, and it's a supply scarcity thing, and there just seems to be no immediate relief in the size of the beef herd. It's lower now than it's been since 2014. So there just isn't a calf crop. They are just going to, if you want to buy calves to put in your Iowa feedlots, you are going to have to pay for them. You'll be well suited if you're growing your own corn, but if you have to buy your own corn at $6.70 or whatever and buy your own calves at $2.20, it's going to be an expensive proposition. It will require a very large amount of capital, or a larger amount of capital than you're used to seeing for this sort of activity. And I don't see any relief for that in the calf market. From a cow-calf operator perspective, I mean, if you live somewhere that's not in a drought, these should be golden times. I would highly recommend expanding to the degree you are able. Does that sort of answer your question? That's my outlook for it, yeah. Thank you, guys. As I mentioned, love coming to Eastern Iowa, and I appreciate such a good audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. This will be my technical difficulty here. Who knows where it's at? Do I have my mic back? Who's gonna come save me? Can you hear me? And all we're trying to do is release for lunch today. This is my pinch hit speaking opportunity. Thank you, Elaine, for the comments today. All beneficial information for our guests here in attendance. At this time, I will provide some instruction for our noon lunch hour. We are going to take about a 45-minute break here and look to reconvene at 12:45. The Riverside Casino staff will be coming out to dismiss tables for the buffet tables here to my right and left. So feel free to take any additional breaks needed, and we'll give you a 5-minute warning when it's time to reconvene. And I'll know how to turn the mic on at that point. Thanks, everyone.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Is that book any good? All right, we're gonna get started here with our last speaker. Please welcome to the stage from Hills Bank, Brian O'Reilly.
Hopefully I got the microphone turned on. There we go. As Conrad said, my name's Brian O'Brien. I'm a commercial and ag lender out of our Washington office. Wasn't lunch great? Let's give the Riverside Casino hand a job. We're gonna move right along here with our next presentation. I'm excited to introduce Eric Snodgrass. Eric is a science fellow and principal atmospheric scientist for Nutrient Ag Solutions, where he develops predictive analytical software solutions to manage weather risk for global production agriculture. He provides frequent weather updates that focus on high impact weather events, influence global agricultural productivity. So without any further ado, please help me welcome Eric.
Well, I appreciate the invitation to be here to speak this afternoon. But before any of that, I just want to send a heartfelt thank you to all of Iowa for beating Indiana the other day. That was important to me. So thank you for doing that. Indiana took Illinois out twice this year, and I was a former professor at the University of Illinois, so I hate seeing that. So anyway, just thank you for doing that. Next thing, just on my slides here, I do have something if you want to have access to it down there at the bottom. There's a URL. You can maybe take a picture of it with your phone if you'd like to, but I do provide frequent weather updates. They just go out to this distribution list I have. And if you'd like to have access to it, it's there. We're making some big changes to it over the coming weeks and months. Some new products we're rolling out that I just hope are there to provide better weather context to all of you. It's kind of one of those things where, if you don't care the day you get it, just delete it. I'll do another one. You can read the next one. We try to keep it as updated as we can with the newest information. And certainly some of the things we'll talk about today show up in these reports all the time. And plus in the reports, I do give you access to all of the resources and tools that I use. So it's all there. If you need to set up your own system of observing it, I'll show you where to go to get the best weather information that I can. So I've got a lot I really want to cover today. So hope you're all caffeinated and also full of calories and ready to stay awake for some of the fun stuff we're going to do, because we're going to start off in the US and we're going to finish in South America today with some of the big things that I think are going to be important for all of you for 2023. All right. And I'm kind of excited because, well, when the weather does stuff like this here, this kind of thing really gets me motivated here. That's the jet stream right now, today, at this moment, 6 miles above our heads. It is absolutely cooking off of China and parts of Japan. And it has made this straight shot across parts of the Pacific Ocean, took a nice little turn up toward Alaska, and is diving down into Southern California right now. And you say, why do you care about that? I said, that right there is what's guiding this next big weather system that's going to come right across both Illinois and Iowa. And it's going to be a big, important system for us because it's moisture. And to be honest, the number one thing that everyone in this room should be thinking about for 2023 is what's beneath our feet right now. How much water is locked into that soil now that we're going to be capable of using should we go over hotter and drier for summer? We'll talk about a summer forecast at the end. Now, one thing I do want to point out is, yes, the jet stream winds that you can see here did begin in China. But to the best of my knowledge, there is no balloon right now in this wind. I don't think there is. But I had to show this from what was this, back in early February. This had to be just the best moment I've seen on TV in a long time. One of the F-22s went up there and just shot the thing out of the sky after we let it go all the way from, where was it? Montana to Missouri, and then all the way down to South Carolina, where they finally blew that sucker out of the sky. That must have been fun. I have several former students that are pilots for all four branches of the military, but I don't think any of them have that sticker just yet. There might be one guy out there with an F-22 that has that right now. So, all right. So anyway, we got to get back to talking about weather. I did get asked a lot of questions about that stupid balloon. All right. And are the Chinese spying on us? I'm just going to tell you all something. A bunch of my graduate level research was in satellite remote sensing. So I was studying high resolution satellite data and doing pretty neat stuff with it. This is not the way the Chinese would ever choose to spy on us, just so you're all aware. I don't even know what the latest news is on what that thing was, but I'll just tell you something. If they wanted to look down on us, they would just use satellites or drones. They would not bother putting something on a big balloon like that. That was probably just some sort of research experiment that got caught in the jet stream level winds, and it ended up over here. So I don't know any more about it than that, but I figured I'd at least give you the best knowledge I've got. All right, here you go. This is it. I'm going to go right into a forecast. And I pulled this off while sitting in the back of the room. This is the newest 60-hour forecast we've got from one of the best models we have in the United States. And all that action I told you about down in Southern California, just take a look as this starts to kick off, going through parts of Arizona, New Mexico, ejects out of the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas, and then that blue is snow. So I'm here to ruin your day by letting you know that there's a pretty darn good chance that we're going to be looking at some white stuff in and around this area very soon. If we start this over again and watch it, we do have a special name for this particular type of storm system. If you notice right here, it goes over the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas, and then hooks to the north over Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, and Indiana. We call these storm systems panhandle hookers because they start in the panhandle and they hook south. I'll be in Kansas tomorrow, and I got to do a talk next week in Texas, and we won't call them panhandle hookers down there because it means something entirely different to those folks. But this is the type of system you want if you'd like to get some snow. You need a good panhandle hooker to come through here. So there it is, rolling through, and yes, that is actually in the meteorological textbooks on what we call it. Now, I'd like to invite you for just a moment to understand what my life is like every single day when I wake up and forecast the weather. Because one of the beauties of modern atmospheric sciences and meteorology is that at our disposal right now, I could pull off at any given time a dozen different weather forecast models run by some of the top agencies, both in the United States and Europe, Australia, Japan, Canada, all over the planet, and look at all of them and try to decipher what is the best possible solution for the upcoming weather. There is one model, though, that statistically outperforms all of them. And it's the model I'm going to show you right here. It's called the ECMWF, the European model, or the Euro is what it's commonly referred to as. The beauty of it is it runs out 10 days in this case, and I'm going to show you the whole evolution of that system. So watch again in the bottom left, there it goes, comes across the panhandles, and it also has a solution for snow over the top of us. At the end of this animation, though, keep your eye on the West Coast. We're going to have to talk about the West Coast in a little bit here because they are continuing to get a tremendous amount of rain and snow hitting California. And they loved it up until about 2 weeks ago. And we'll talk about what that's going to mean for this upcoming year, not only for them, but for us as well. But as I told you, we have a large suite of weather forecast models that help us understand when and where we can have all different types of weather. And today down in, today in the Mid-South, and then tomorrow in Eastern Texas, parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, there's likely going to be another severe weather outbreak. We had one on Sunday in the Southern Plains. We had one on Monday that came through my home state of Illinois. In fact, this is one of the videos we shot of that tornado just in my backyard, literally. I could maybe have hit a golf ball and got to this tornado from where I live. That is in Champaign County. Thankfully, did no damage. It just went through a bunch of, unplanted cornfields. I mean, it's February. It was February when this happened. Impressive to see that video. My colleague Matt Reardon shot this particular one. But it brings me to an important point before I come back to that snow. And I want to make sure I hammer this point home with all of you today. Because this map right here is some research that was independently done at 3 different universities, all arriving at the same information. And I've showed it in every talk I've given since this paper was published in 2020. So if you've seen me, you've seen this. I always get asked what's changing, especially what's changing with respect to severe weather. And fresh in the minds of most of you in this room probably is the August 10th, 2020 derecho. We ask about the conditions that come together to make those kind of severe weather events. And we say, is there any sort of a trend or a change in it? And this map kind of gives you an idea about that. What you see throughout the whole of the Mississippi River Valley is that over the last 40 plus years, there's been an increase overall in the ingredients that come together to make those large types of storm systems, in this case, tornadoes. But to be honest, the same type of weather events have to come together to make derecho events, to make the big hailstorms. All of it has to be there. And we see that the new epicenter for severe weather like this is shifting mainly toward Memphis, Tennessee, right down there in parts of the Mid-South. Now, I know you see a decline in Texas. You see a decline in Oklahoma and Kansas. But I'll let you know that is still the hot spot in terms of total tornadic activity. Texas will always be number one because of its sheer size and its position. But I want to let you know that all of the increases we've been experiencing over the last 40 years of these high impact severe weather events, it's showing up very clearly in the data here. And by the way, don't forget, this was back on January 16th. Just like I told you yesterday that happened in Illinois, you can have tornadic events in the state of Iowa any time of the year. And the reason why we can have that is because between you and the Gulf of Mexico, that's our source of moisture. That's our source of instability in the atmosphere. There is no mountain chain blocking you and them. And that way, because of that way, I guess we should say, is that we can transport highly unstable air full of moisture to this part of the world any time of the year. It's one of the only places on the planet that has that particular geographic setup. Now, the setup that you're going to see over the next couple of days is going to be more in the realm of impacting you with snow, as you just saw. And we have been in a bit of a snow deficit. I make this map every morning. There's a number and a color bar to it, and it shows you compared to the last, well, from 2008 to 2022, how much snow you've had compared to that average. And if we kind of zoom in here on parts of the Midwest, you can see that most of Iowa and certainly most of Illinois, Indiana, and gosh, go all the way to the Northeast, we're way behind on snowfall this year. It was kind of amazing to come into that parking lot and see mounds of snow out there because, to be honest with you, we've not had that much. A little north of here, a little west of here, they can't get rid of it. Parts of South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, absolutely hammered with snow. So it's funny to talk to different groups of people. Some people around here in my state are like, when's winter going to get here? And people just north are like, when is winter going to leave? It's that close is how much snow we've almost received so far this year. But I told you earlier that waking up me every morning is not a fun thing because you have all these different information sources to process. So I'd like to show you why the app on your phone is doing a terrible job forecasting the end of this week. This is the forecast from the European model. What's shown to you here is inches of snow forecast by that model. So you can kind of pinpoint where you are, Washington County, and you get a number. This is the flagship model that the Europeans have built. It is superior to what we have in the United States. Our flagship model says this. It's trying to put snow in Chicago, in northern Indiana, maybe clipping where I live over in Champaign, Illinois. But it's got nothing for you. In its last 4 updates, it's had nothing for you. But we have other models in the United States. This one's called the NAM, the North American Mesoscale model. It's totally in agreement with the Europeans. It says hit them and hit them hard later this week when I'm going to try to drive back through this to get home. And it turns out that the high resolution version of that same model, the one I showed you at the beginning, also has snow for you. So if you were to ask me, Eric, what do you think we're going to get? Somewhere between 0 and 14 inches. And that's the reality of what we try to do every single day. And I would ask you to cut me some slack, but I mean, there's so many great jokes about how terrible we are at our jobs and how we're wrong half the time. We're wrong more than that in some cases. It's just a tricky thing to do. Because if I were to take that low pressure center, move it 50 miles farther to the north, you'd be embedded in heavy rain. Shove it a little bit farther to the east, maybe 100 miles, you're going to miss everything. And right there in central Illinois, they're going to have the first big snows they've had this entire season. And where is the storm system right now that's going to produce this? It just went north of the Baja of California. 3 days ago, it was out in the middle of the Pacific. 5 days ago, it was over Japan. And 12 days ago, it was in Siberia. And that's the issue we're dealing with. We deal with this ever-changing dynamic fluid called the atmosphere. And it's tough to predict. Now, I'm telling you all of this because you are going to ask me what summer's going to be like this upcoming year. All right? I mean, aren't we going to do that? You're like, Snodgrass, can you just tell me, I need to know if I'm going to go back to $7 corn again. You all know how to get $7 corn, don't you? I know that the previous speaker was talking about this. The best way to get $7 corn is for all of you and everybody in my state to have an absolute massive weather disaster. That's how you get it. There has to be problems with us. The world knows about us. I know they call us the I states, but the other I over there in the east, they don't care about. They care about you and they care about Illinois, which means we're going to be watching these things and trying to predict them. But I'll tell the same thing I tell every crowd I speak to. If I knew what was going to happen with high confidence and high skill and high accuracy for summer, I wouldn't tell any of you about it. Are we clear about that? I would not have gotten in the car this morning at 4 o'clock and started the journey over this way I wouldn't have been on all these meetings this morning talking to people about what we can do with the weather products going forward. I would have made one quick trip a long time ago up Interstate 57 to the Chicago Board of Trade, made one trade and retired. And if you want to know about what the weather's going to do, I'd fly you down to my island. I got it all picked out in the Caribbean. That's where we would be doing this, okay? So just keep that in mind because there's a lot of people in my profession that love to sell you snake oil, okay? Now, I can tell you this. Let's get to what we really are expecting. There is going to be a snow swath very close to us. High probability here of seeing several inches of snow from northeastern parts of Missouri through southeastern Iowa, northeastern Illinois. That is going to come through. How quickly you do change over from rain to snow, or even if you just stay in snow the whole time, will ultimately determine what's going on. So do the ground temperatures. All of those things are complicating factors on whether or not you can get a big accumulating snow or not. None of it matters. What matters is there's moisture in this. That's what matters. And that's all I care about. Because between now and when you plant, I need to see the profile out there in those fields come up from where it is. Now, I know there's some standing water in the ditches, but you got to understand we're in winter. That water is unable to get down to fill the whole 40-inch profile or more. So that's all I really care about with this system. I can tell you this, it's going to be windy when this system comes over. So by the time we get into Friday, that's where the center of that low will be spinning. We will likely see winds in and around this system. Just take a look at the numbers here. These are the gusts we're expecting. So don't be surprised if we have 35 to 45 mile an hour winds around here. But be thankful you're not down in the Mid-South. They're wind gusts. These are not from storms. Down here in parts of Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, this area will be in the 60 mile an hour range. Very, very windy out of this next system coming through here. So all of this, as we think about it, boils down to a constant monitoring of whether or not the atmosphere is going to continue to deliver or if it's going to shut off. Because over the next 10 days, everywhere that you see in green here is expected to have above normal precipitation. When I wake up every morning, this is the first map I look at. And I have this running dialogue in my head of who keeps seeing the deficits and who keeps seeing the surpluses. Because ultimately, that's going to determine the success of the upcoming growing season. So that's a 10-day forecast map of total precipitation. And the map in the background of my mind, when I look at the previous one I just showed you, is I know that this is still lurking. Now, the previous speaker talked a lot about drought that's going on in the Western United States. I'm going to show you in several different ways that the drought is firmly anchored in the plains west of about the 95th meridian. And that's scary to see this time of year. And that's scary for a couple of reasons. One, we know drought can migrate. It can move from west to east, which means from now all the way until we get to August, I'll be watching to see if that grows toward or gets deeper in the state of Iowa. We need to understand what caused it in the first place and know if those same ingredients are coming back for 2023. Because not only do we have drought looking like that, but this is probably the most important map I'm going to show you today. So I've got a few bullet points today. I think maybe 4 of them that when you leave here tonight, I want you talking about with your friends and family. This is the first one. NASA monitors soil moisture. They model it. Right now, they're the best in the business. The reason why is because we do not have ubiquitous and widespread soil moisture monitoring. And what this is showing you is that the profile down to 40 inches still has remnants of the fall drought in it. And I want that to all go away. When you ask me, what are the risk factors for 2023? This is the first one. I'll show you the second one in a little bit. But I'm excited to be up here talking to you today because this is the first time in 3 years that I've been able to give spring talks where I actually have an optimistic outlook for 2023. And that's because of what we talked about in the previous speaker, La Nina. La Nina is finally off the table. But that gives us some big uncertainties about what upcoming summer could look like. But I need you to keep that map in the back of your head because almost the entirety of the Mississippi, the Ohio, and the Missouri River basins and all of their tributaries, underneath that, there is a deficit in soil moisture. I drove over the Mississippi on my way here. It is full. But this is not an indication of what's in the soil because winter can't cure that. There is feet of snow sitting on top of parts of Nebraska, South Dakota, sections of western Iowa, and Minnesota. That's not moisture that's in the soil yet. We have to watch for it to get there. So please keep all of this in mind. Now, this is my favorite time of year to forecast the weather because everybody that I hear that has a forecast for the upcoming season wants to tell you there's going to be massive drought. Have you noticed that? This is the time of year where everyone says, no, it's going to be terrible this year. It's just going to be awful. We're going to have a drought just like, and they always insert the most recent year. For us right now, that's 2012. That was the big bad one, right? That's an ear of corn, of course, that was in my hand from a county in Douglas County, Illinois. And that field on average hits 245 bushel an acre. In 2012, it hits like 80. And ever since that happened, every year in February, is it going to be like 2012? Do you remember what we asked before it was 2012? What year did we compare everything to? That's right, 1988. Is it going to be like 1988? That was a year that the Mississippi was so low that in Memphis, Tennessee, it exposed old shipwrecks on the Mississippi. And people went out there and were digging for stuff. Water levels were so low that it exposed all of that. Remember what it was before 1988? That's right, 1983. I survived the drought of 1983. Yeah, it was worse in Texas, but that was what folks were talking about. Before that, it was the 1950s. Now, we had drought in between there, but there was always a reference to the 1950s. In the southern plains of the United States, we had the driest stretch of months on record. You're like, well, what about the Dust Bowl? Well, that's what they talked about before the 50s. Turns out the 50s were drier than the 30s in the southern plains. And we just do that this time of year. We're afraid of what could happen this upcoming year. You do have one massive advantage over those past years, right? It's called insurance, and that's a great thing. But it's just amazing to think about all of these comparisons. The reason why we are so fearful of drought, though, is because of one simple thing. There is no other weather phenomenon that has shaped human history more than drought, by far. If you'd like to know what the deadliest forms of weather are, they're right here on this page. How does drought kill you? Drought does it through war, mass migration, and famine. And you look at some of these numbers here, most of them over in Asia, just show you how great extensive droughts are on our food supply. So we talk about it all the time. Now today, I'm going to give you a forecast for what I think this upcoming summer is going to be. And it's definitely going to be a comparison to historical drought episodes. But before I give you any more of a forecast, I'd like to share with you what I consider to be the most successful weather forecast of a drought in human history. In fact, this one forecast, I think, reshaped all of human history. And I'll tell you when it happened. It happened in Egypt. It's written about in this book that I think many of you have. You might be able to find one in one of the hotel rooms upstairs. It's in the Bible. You know who gave the most successful forecast ever in human history? Pharaoh. Not the one you don't like from the Ten Commandments, but the one before him. He had a dream. Do you remember his dream? His dream was that there were 7 fat calves. There were also 7 emaciated calves, and the emaciated ones ate the fat ones and destroyed them, but they didn't gain any weight. And immediately after that, he had another dream where there were 7 good stalks of grain and 7 terrible-looking ones. And the terrible-looking ones ate the 7 good ones, and it freaked him out. So he wakes up and he asks all of his advisors, hey, what in the world did this dream mean? And none of them could answer it. But it turns out there was a prisoner downstairs in the dungeon that got there because his brothers sold him into slavery. His name was Joseph. And Joseph could interpret dreams. Pharaoh, somehow, I can tell you the whole story if you like, but he learns about this kid, brings him up and says, what's this dream mean? He goes, this means you're going to have 7 incredible years of high yield, followed by 7 years of drought. You need to save 20% of your crop every year so that you can survive that drought. Pharaoh says, are you for real? And he says, I'm for real. He says, fine, I'm going to put you in charge of all of it. Made him his number 2 guy. Now, what's interesting about this and why I say it changed the course of human history was that Joseph's 11 other brothers lived in Canaan. And when that drought hit, they had no food. So dad, Jacob, sends them to Egypt to buy the food where they all know the food is. Why? Because Pharaoh stored a bunch of it up on Joseph's interpretation of his dream. When they get there, Joseph recognizes them and says, bring dad back along with your youngest brother. And they all come back and live in this place called Egypt under the control of that Pharaoh. And they grew to a population of over 3 million people. Now, where modern history kind of picks up with that story in terms of movie production is right here. When they left, we have another book called Exodus, all about it. What were they leaving? Well, they got there to survive the drought. They were leaving because they were enslaved. And this has set off centuries, millennia of strife in the Middle East, all because of a successful weather forecast. Now, let's be very clear. I am not Pharaoh. I wish I could dream better forecasts than the one I'm about to share with you today. So let's get in and talk about this bigger picture thing today. This is what the drought looked like last April in the Southern Plains. We got to watch it. I've been showing this picture since April 12th when Joni sent it to me. And I told her what I'll tell all of you, okay? I said, Joni, I said, if I took that picture, made it black and white, put it in a book about the Dust Bowl, no one would have known it was from 2022. A month after that, I got this picture here from a guy named Andy Carthel. He's a cotton farmer in northern Texas. Still thinking about Indiana. Anyway, you can see that there are clearly curbs in that field. This is an irrigated field. Andy attempted to irrigate that field multiple times to bring the water levels up to plant his next cotton crop. Could not get it to stay high enough because the temperatures kept going up in the hundreds, winds out of the west at 50 miles an hour, humidity at 10%. If you watched cotton prices at all last year, it was the drought in the Southern Plains that completely drove those prices through the roof. This is what they saw all of last year. This is a satellite animation showing how dry things were in the Southern Plains. Coming out of New Mexico, that big plume there is a large plume of smoke from the Calf Canyon fire. This is what it looked like from the side. That fire in New Mexico last year produced a pyrocumulus cloud that hit 60,000 feet. That's deep into the stratosphere. That's how big that particular fire was. And the issue, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the same things continue to plague that area this year. Now, why did it look like that and what happened? Well, I'm not a Big 12 fan, but I do like Iowa State. And one of the best things that Iowa State has is this guy that produces these phenomenal maps that I love to show you. What you've got right here is a climate district by climate district ranking system, where if you get closer to the top end, 131, that'd be the driest since 1893. 1 would be the wettest since 1893. Now, I need to teach you all today, before I leave, what the most feared weather pattern is if you're going to go into some sort of drought. And what it generally boils down to is having the jet stream completely avoid your particular area. You know, I started off with the jet stream today showing you where it is, where it came from, and where it's going. If it regularly visits the state of Iowa and Illinois, we are going to have massive yields. And to be honest, when we do that, the rest of the country doesn't matter. So the world is going to ask, where is that jet stream level wind going to go? Because last spring, it avoided California to Texas and hammered the northern plains. It looked like that. And as that jet stream flow came through, it soaked the Northwest, kept them ridiculously cold. And then in the northern plains, this is the Red River of the North, as it flowed north of Grand Forks into Lake Winnipeg, it was outside of its banks in some places more than 7 miles. And then as you get into Manitoba, it looks something like this. That's what happens when the jet stream doesn't leave you alone. Just incredible amounts of flooding and nonstop precipitation all spring long last year. It also divided the country on temperatures. What you're looking at here was those spring temperatures where record cold was experienced across the north and record heat to the south. You say, why was it so windy last year? The simple answer is this. Whenever the United States sees such a dramatic range of temperatures in any given time of year, wind is the result of that. It's the equalization that we have between those massive pressure, creating a pressure gradient to send the atmosphere back in equilibrium. So you split the country north-south on temperature like that, we're going to drive strong winds across the country. Now, we had a cold spring last year. It delayed some planting in this particular area. We did eventually get those soil temps up to get really things going, but it was quite cold to start things off. But I've been asked, what was the most impactful weather event last year in terms of hitting the corn and soybean belt in terms of high impact severe weather? I said, it's this one right here. This was back on May the 12th. What you're watching is a massive derecho that was going at this particular point over the top of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So just on our border. The storm chasers were out there, measured 100-mile-an-hour wind gust. Now, I've got a lot of stories to tell you about this, but I'm just going to pick one or two. Because the morning that that video came out, I was watching with my son. He was 9 years old and he comes, he goes, Dad, what is that? I said, that's a derecho. And he says, what's a derecho? I said, it's a Spanish word for straight. We use it to describe these big damaging lines of storms that can come across, well, where we live. And he says, how fast was that one? I said, that one was 100 miles an hour. And then he says, what's underneath it? And he pointed at the screen. And what he was pointing at was all of the dirt, dust. My response to him was, that's Kansas. And he says, what do you mean that? I said, that's dust from the drought in Kansas that's been blown across Nebraska and hitting western side of Iowa and the eastern side of South Dakota. And I said, well, you're a farmer. Tell me what's wrong with this image other than the dust. Now, my son farms with Farming Simulator. You all have kids that do this? This is a lot of fun. The fun part about it for my son is that I'm a software engineer too. So when we downloaded Farming Simulator 2019, I went into all the setup files, which are supposed to be hidden, and made him a multi-billionaire. You just add a few extra zeros to this one line. So my son doesn't really understand farming. What he does is he hires people in Farming Simulator to farm for him, and then drives his Lamborghinis around to check on his fields all the time. He doesn't quite know that that's not how it works. He's never borrowed a dime from the bank in Farming Simulator. But I said, what do you see that's wrong with this video? And he says, I don't know. I said, well, yesterday we were driving around Champaign County. What did our corn and soybeans look like? He says, oh, they were this tall already. I said, do you see any of that here? He says, no. I said, it's been too dry and too cold, and these storm systems keep coming over, ripping things up. And following that one, about a month later, or 2 months later, excuse me, was another scary morning for me. Because this was a storm system that rolled through on July the 5th. On July the 5th, watch this as it starts over, in South Dakota, a big squall line had really ripped across parts of South Dakota that day. The last time I saw this was early in the morning on August the 10th. And I said, is that thing going to do what the other one did? It had all the right look to it in the ingredients, but what it was missing was a component of this storm called the rear inflow jet. It didn't form. It did come across the state and do some damage, but did not do the same level of damage that the other storm in 2020 did. Now, I show you this to remind you of a statistic. We've been studying these types of events. The return frequency of derecho events in the I-states is 1 in 6. That does not mean that you get a derecho every 6th year. It just means that the probability in any given year of having one is 1 in 6. And that's the highest it is in the whole country. You live in Derecho Alley, if you'd like to call it that. And as that one came through, it did rip a bunch of corn in parts of South Dakota. Total storm reports on that day were approaching 400 reports. And the picture over there on the right, that's some corn that was, I thought, laid flat with green snap. Turns out about 40 hours later, it stood right back up. Now, we don't sell that particular branded nutrient, so I'm not going to tell you what it is. But it was pretty amazing to see it stand right back up after that. Now, for those of you that are Iowa basketball and football fans, and if any of you are Illini fans in here, I doubt it, I was very happy to see that we've all taken care of Nebraska this year, and so has the atmosphere. Because what happened back in June was some of the largest storm complexes I've ever seen cut through Nebraska. I was out there chasing those storms that night. The tops on those storms, some of the overshooting tops hit 65,000 feet. Just so you understand, no commercial aircraft can fly over the tops of these. That's how big they were. But what they did was rip through parts of southwestern Iowa, clipped most of Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, and what you're seeing here in this map are the hail scars cut by that particular storm system. Now, I'm showing you this because that state to our west called Nebraska has some of the most steady yields year on year. And the reason why is because they control one environmental variable that a lot of us can't in this room, and that's water. Through pivot irrigation, they can do this. The derecho that happened on May 12th, and then that hail event right there wiped out a lot of their crop and their pivot irrigation. They've got it repaired. But this is one of the reasons why our U.S. national number was as low as it was, because the 4th largest producing state, Nebraska, had massive severe weather events this year that took them out. Now, after that, we continued to build on the drought. And this is the lesson I need you to take home. So I told you there's 4 things today. This is part A of number 2. Ready? The drought this past summer reached a peak in mid-June to the end of July, thankfully not over the I-states, but just south of us. Was it dry here? Yeah, it was dry, especially west. But look down there in parts of Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Missouri, and Kansas. See how there's a few of those climate reporting districts with the number 130 in it? That means it was drier then, than it was in 1288, the 50s, the 30s. That's how dry it was there. Now, this is your lesson. The lesson I need you to know is our doorstep. What does it take to put it in our backyard? It's this. This next map, if I can get my slide to go here, is the most feared weather pattern for everybody in this room. It's called the Triple Ridge. Every summer, I am watching if and when this could form. There's only a handful of years where it doesn't form. One of those years was called 1993. No ridge over the state of Iowa. Do you all remember? We jokingly called you the sixth Great Lake during 1993. What was going on in 2022 was we had a massive ridge that was building initially in early June between, if I can point here, Hawaii and the Aleutian Islands. Now, this is what I want you to remember. If it's June 2023, and in my weather reports, I keep talking about a ridge setting up between Alaska and Hawaii, alarm bells need to go off in your head. Because if you have one that forms there, because of the wavelength of the flow of the jet stream, we'll likely get another one that sits somewhere in the central United States. Last year, it was over Missouri. The worst case scenario for you is if it's over Minnesota. We call them ridges because literally what they do is block. They stop the flow of the atmosphere. If you put a ridge in place over the top of Iowa or Illinois or Minnesota, it's the effect of putting a massive mountain chain there, blocking the flow from the Gulf from returning moisture to us. Now, what did we end up getting last year? Well, the ridge instead was over Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and the flow around ridges is clockwise. And that July 5th thunderstorm complex was a ridge riding storm. If we have ridge riders during summer, we're all happy as long as we miss the severe winds. You never want the ridge to be over the top of us. My Pharaoh dream literally would be about predicting ridges. Not 7, but 3. The triple ridge pattern, because often when you have one in the middle part of the country, there's one that's south of Greenland as well. That's it. That is the top thing everybody that cares about corn and beans and every other crop we grow in the Midwest will worry about until we don't worry about it anymore. And I will tell you by the end of today what you need to know about the risk of something like that happening. Take that lesson down right now, okay? By the end of summer, the ridge, which sat over parts of, again, Oklahoma, moved all the way to the West Coast. If you remember the end of last summer, the West Coast began to burn in late August and September and burned all the way through October when the ridge set up and went right over into British Columbia and then dove through the Canadian prairie into the central United States. When that weather pattern started in early September, I was extremely excited about it because flow out of Canada in September is dry. And I said, we're going to have wide open harvest windows, great fall application time period. This is about as good as it gets for harvesting the weather. Harvesting your crop. But then I got a phone call at the beginning of October from the president of my company. And he says, Eric, what's going on with the river? And like a moron, I said, what river? He lives in Memphis. I know exactly what river he's talking about. So while we're on the phone, I brought up this map. And I said, well, what do you think about the harvest? He goes, harvest is progressing fast, but what's going on with the river? And I pulled up that map and I go, crap, that river we bought in 1803 for 15 million bucks from the French, its entire basin right now has had, well, near record dryness over the top of it, going back 130 years. And the soil moisture values, we're down around 2%. This great harvest weather led to a dramatic drop in the river. And he sent me a text message 5 minutes later with the picture that's over there on the left. And he says, I've never seen that much sand on that side of the Mississippi River. And a month later, he sent me the video on the right. He said this guy was trying to keep his barge in the deepest channel he could on the Mississippi, one of the last barges to be allowed to go through there in late October. And part of that barge ended up on land because of how incredibly low the water levels were. They were 15 feet below low level, and they had to shut down the barge traffic. Now, on my watch, I can only think of 2 times that we've even got close to this. And the previous time to that was 2015, and it didn't last long. Fall rains came right back up and filled the river quickly. This one took 60 days to fill back up. That river is very reliable, one of the most reliable river networks on the planet. So to see it do something like this was quite incredible. That drought, though, that I just showed you is still here. and spring rains have to undo it. What's not changed is the drought that's to the west of it. Because what you're looking at right now is back in December. Do you see coming out of Colorado and Kansas, the dust on the ground? It looks something like this. 60 miles an hour, sandblasting a winter wheat crop. And about 20 days after this happened, that winter wheat crop in Kansas saw 18 hours with temperatures below minus 20 Fahrenheit when it did not have any snow on it. And we're going to see in April how well that winter wheat crop survived. I can keep going. This one was on February 14th on Valentine's Day. Do you see the dust blowing out of Texas and Oklahoma? This was the following day on the 15th. Same thing. See the dust blowing there? And then this one right here, this was just last week. Look at the sheer size of this dust storm coming out of Texas. Have you noticed your cars are dusty here right now? That is from Texas. That's how bad the drought is right now in the southern plains of the United States. And they're desperate for moisture. Every new storm system that blows up keeps blowing up farther and farther to the east. And here's another one, just to show you the most recent one from Sunday night. So when we're talking about drought today, it's still very much a real thing that could be a threat for 2023. But I told you at the beginning, I have a positive message for you, and I better get to that positive message because we want to know if that is going to shrink with time. That story begins and it goes west to east across this country. But I want to show you again my first bullet point. That's still lingering under the soil. Keep that in mind. 2 weeks ago, I was giving a talk in South Dakota over in Sioux Falls, and there was a guy there from Iowa State. And he reminded me how serious this is because he said last year at this time in the top 40 inches, there was 10 inches of water in the soil. I said, what is it this year? I knew it, but I wanted to see if he knew. There's 1 inch of water in it right now. That's at Iowa State's research farm. So we cannot forget that map right there. Now, this past winter has been split across the country. You know why it's been so windy? Look at the temperature difference across the United States. Brutally cold west, near record warm east. In fact, I know it's pretty far away from you, but the Great Lakes right now have just come up to 13% ice coverage. They're normally almost 45% ice covered right now. Last week, they were down to 6%. That's the lowest on record. That's what all that mild air is doing to the eastern part of the United States. But the good old jet stream is about to change everything for us, just like it did back in early January. This is what the jet did to pummel California for about 20 straight days. So let's start west and go east. A nearly zonal jet raced across the open Pacific and made massive winter storms like you see right here slam into the west coast of the United States. If you're curious, the size of that winter storm that you see right there is 12 times the size of Hurricane Ian. Remember Hurricane Ian that hit Florida earlier this year? Multi-billion-dollar disaster. You can put 12 Ians inside of that. When that sucker went through, it added 32 trillion gallons of water to California. Now that number seems like a lot. That was a number put out by the National Weather Service, but it's not much. 32 trillion gallons, if you put all that in the Grand Canyon, fills the Grand Canyon just 3.5%. They needed double what they got there, and since then they've got it. But if you'd like to know what it's like to be out west when you get that much water in a short amount of time, I know we're all flatlanders here in the ice states, but out there, the rock slides and mudslides begin. And for about a 3-week stretch, they shut down many of their highways because of the liquefied soil due to all of the heavy, heavy snow and rainfall that came through. And I've never seen something like this before, but PG&E allowed me to show this video. It's an entire tree sliding down the side of a mountain, root ball intact, because the water from all of that strong onshore flow completely saturated the soil. Now, there's something I want you to remember about California. If it's summer, and California is continuing to have cooler and wetter conditions, we're screwed in the ice states. I hate to say it, but the way it works out, given the geographical distribution of these United States, if the West Coast is on fire, everybody in this room is happy. If we're on fire, they're happy. And we need to watch out to see if this continues going into spring and summer because it's been incredibly wet. Some of these numbers just boggle my mind. Lake Oroville, I pulled this off about 3 weeks ago. Lake Oroville was at its all-time low for this year at 658 feet in depth. Between late December and mid-February, it added 163 feet of water. 163 feet of water went into that reservoir. And that is Lake Shasta back in January. showing you the smallest bathtub ring we've seen on Lake Shasta since 2017. Before that, 1983. Now, when I show you all of the water that's currently in the West, you need to remember one important thing. There's a lot of people out here that think this has cured California's longstanding drought issues. It has not. That is 1 year's worth of water. We will be talking about next October how they used all of it. There's 40 million people. They lead the country in the production of over 40 different fruits and vegetables plus milk. And the demand on their water resources is enormous. So that's 1 year of water that they just bought. But it's just not done. This particular animation was the storm system that just ripped through California the other day. Beautiful on satellite, devastating to parts of Southern California. If you're interested in NASCAR, it snowed in Fontana. This is in Southern California, outside of LA. People down there didn't know what to do. The guy in the video on the right, I don't have any audio for you today, but to listen to him catch snow and feel it, I was laughing my head off because he's never done this before. And he said, look at the message he sent there. What is this? He asked me, like, Snodgrass, what's going on here? I'm like, well, that's called snow. It's when it freezes before it hits you. Had no idea what he was dealing with. It was a great video, and I really appreciate it. But he like flicks it off, like, I don't want this. Yeah, it's weird. You don't get snow in Southern California. People, by the way, when it rains in Southern California, don't even go to work. They're like, I'm done. This is enough. I can't handle life anymore. This is just what's going on down there. And if you want to go to Tahoe, I guess many of you don't want to go to Tahoe, you're going to need more than that shovel over there on the right. A couple of pictures here from Sarah, and then this Sugar Bowl result just shows you how much snow they've gotten. Now, this map right here blows my mind. The numbers you see in all those little bubbles, that is not depth of snow. That's how much liquid is in the snow. So right now, in the Sierra Nevada mountains, there are some places that have over 80 inches of water in the snow. And the problem is more is coming because the current snowpack in California, all the way over to the upper Colorado Basin, is sitting anywhere between 200 and in some places after the end of this week, up to 400% of normal. They wanted to shut off. Last fall, they couldn't get it. Now they wanted to completely quit. It's been too much. You're curious about the upper Colorado Basin. You hear in the news all the time about Lake Mead and Lake Powell. Well, right now, the upper Colorado Basin has 124% of normal snowpack on it. That's great. That's going to help the Colorado River. But that only buys 1 year's worth of water. Because don't forget, in the Colorado River, every year, 150% of the water that's in the basin is allotted. That means fictitious water right now is being given away. 150%. So this will not make up those deficits. But we come back to the long-standing issues out west, because I want to tell you again about last year. This is the entire year looking at precipitation ranks. And I bet California will be right back here by the time we get into October. Because last November, their biggest reservoirs were at 30% full pool, and the West was burning. The worst part about a wet winter in California is all of the vegetation that grows up because of it. All of that will be fodder to burn next fall. This is a rough, rough year for California on many fronts because of that. But this is what those reservoirs look like now. And there's a lot of folks there that are happy to see them slowly filling their way back up. Now, I got asked when I was in California a couple of weeks ago about drought. And they wanted to know what it was like where I live. I'm going to show you what it's like where you live. If you're curious, going back to the year 2000 when the modern drought monitor started, that graphic shows you on the y-axis the percent of this county that was in some stage of drought. The darker the color, the more intense the drought. In the ice states, it is very rare that we have a drought event that lasts longer than 6 months. But I was showing this to a farmer who grows corn in the San Joaquin Valley in a place called Merced County. He grows corn to cut for silage. He goes, what does my drought look like? I said, your drought can last decades. It's an entirely different thing. If they don't get snow in the winter, it's going to compound not only to the next year, but the year following that. So it's an entirely different picture to compare you all to the Western United States when it comes to drought. But this graph right here, if I was giving a talk in California, would have people gasping. Because what it shows is that the jet stream, which had been over by Japan and weak, is extending and dipping south. And why that's important is it's going to look something like this as we get to the middle part of March. Now, people in California are often praying for what they call a miracle March, when they have major deficits in snowfall. In the rest of winter, they want March to fill it all in. They want it to stop right now, and what we're about to show them is they're about to get another surplus of over 4 inches of liquid coming. 4 inches of liquid will probably translate into 4 to 6 feet of more snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains. And as you look out over the next 15 days, you can see that Iowa's kind of split. Northern a little drier than average, the southeastern part a little wetter than average. The whole of the Mid-South very wet. The rest of the I-states down into Kentucky, Tennessee, very wet in this upcoming pattern. And that mild air we've all been enjoying, allow me to further ruin the rest of your day, because this is how things are going to transition as we approach the middle of the month. So cold air is finally getting here. What it took was La Nina to finally let go. And about 2 weeks ago, it quit. And when La Nina quit, the jet stream opened up. We took all the cold air that was over Siberia, put it on the North Pole. From there, it migrated into Western Canada and the Western United States. And over the next 15 days, it's going to stockpile itself in the West and then come barreling over us about the time we wish it wouldn't. But with that comes better chances for snow. So if you've been missing out, you might be able to finally get the snowmobile out this year. So let's talk about this. Here's my long-range outlook for all of you. Then we'll do Brazil and South America and we'll shut up. This is the newest data I've got from mid-March to mid-April, March 10th to April 10th. I do not foresee us having trouble getting moisture out of this pattern. What I'm concerned about is how long does it stay cold? Currently, it looks like about March 10th, about March 25th, we're going to be struggling with more cold days than warm days. Now, that's okay. We care about April 5th and beyond. We need to see if there's going to be a significant warm-up after that point. But this pattern's going to get stuck with some cold weather for a while, which means anything you need to get repaired and get finished before you get in the fields, do it, because this is not the right level in the atmospheres to allow us to get out there and get any sort of early field work done. But as we start to look forward in the forecast, I would like to share with you some of the more recent forecasts that have been shared with me, because I have a lot of folks email me every day asking about some snake oil they've been sold on the weather. The first one is this. I don't know how many of you are stargazers, but right now Jupiter and Venus are all lined up. Can you see them in the evening sky? Have you seen them recently? There was a guy that sent me a report last week that said because of that, massive drought was going to hit the Midwest later on this year. And I said, because the planets are lining up? He said, yeah. I said, this doesn't work that way. That's not how the atmosphere functions. It doesn't care if Venus and Jupiter are in the same part of the sky. It doesn't listen to songs from the 60s about its weather forecasting, okay? So if someone has told you that the planets are lining up and that's going to destroy your crops, I'm here today to tell you that this is not how the atmosphere works. I've also gotten this one. This is a bit more legit. You remember last January, there was a massive eruption in the southern hemisphere off the coast of Australia, an island called Tonga. That eruption vaporized about 450 feet of ocean water and sent it into the stratosphere, where it increased the stratospheric load of water vapor by 10%. After this happened, we were very concerned what that water vapor was going to do deep in the stratosphere. Turns out 3 months after the volcanic eruption, most of that water vapor had already precipitated its way back into the troposphere and down to the surface. But I got a report a month ago that someone said that that volcanic eruption was, guess what, going to cause a massive drought in Iowa in 2023. We've been unable to link that volcanic eruption concretely to any weather event since it's happened. Why 6 months from now is it all of a sudden going to show back up? There is no evidence that that is the case, but people are talking about it because it was a big scary event. Then we get here, and this hits a little closer to home. Now, there's a great meteorologist in this state. His name is Elwyn Taylor, and I'm sure many of you have heard him speak. With no Elwyn Taylor, there's no Eric Snodgrass, just so you understand this. That's how much respect I have for this man. But he has been, for a number of years, discussing drought cycles. We all know who I'm talking about, right? Okay. Do you know how badly I wish Elwyn Taylor's research panned out? Do you know the value that we would have if there was a predictable drought cycle? Think about that. If I could, with skill and confidence, tell you that there was a drought cycle coming up because of the behavior of solar cycles or the behavior of something else, that would be incredibly powerful information. So I have spent a decade looking for it. And I want you to know something. And this is not, if Elwyn were sitting here, I would tell him the same thing. I've never got the chance to shake the man's hand. I'd love to. But he would know that there's no peer-reviewed publications on the drought cycle that he talks about. And that's important. He likes to relate it to Gleisberg cycles, which is a sunspot cycle over a long period of time. I have attempted to do the same research. I've decomposed every time series that I can get my hands available on, the same ones that he has used to tell you there's a cycle in drought, and I can't find it. You don't know how bad I want to find it, and I just can't find it. But there was another guy, not Elwin, earlier this year who said that because of the Gleisberg cycles, which is a sunspot cycle, guess who's going to have a drought this year? You know why we always pick on Iowa? Because you are number one. We want to knock you off, especially my state. We'd love to. We got you in beans, but nobody seems to care about that. It's corn. So this is it. This is what's going on here. This is what's being preached right now. Now, can you look very quickly before I give you an actual forecast at the y-axis? The range in the total energy output from the sun, from a peak in sunspot cycles to a valley, the total range is generally less than a watt per meter squared from the sun. Did you know that every single square meter every day from the sun receives about 1,360 watts? The steadiness of our sun is absolutely critical to our success, and it doesn't vary. These variations are in the noise and are not useful to predict weather. You will hear people use them, but I'll tell you something. Anybody study stats in this room? This is the actual statistical correlation right here between sunspot cycles and precipitation April to October. It ranges between 0.2 and minus 0.2. That scatter plot tells you you cannot use it as a predictor. But everybody wants to predict drought. Everybody wants to have Pharaoh's dream, myself included. And I've been trying every night when I go to sleep to think hard about what's going to happen. And the reality of it is, nobody knows what's going to happen this summer. Are we clear on that? We don't know. And if somebody tells you by virtue of them telling you, they're lying. Okay, now let's get on with it. My favorite of all busted weather forecasts is right here. I think you might like this, and then we'll actually forecast, and I'll be done. There was a company, I'm not going to tell you their name, but in 2016, said with certainty that the I-states were going to get smoked out with drought. In their promotional video, this is a screen capture of it, they said that every day they do 61 times 10 to the 103rd power calculations that give you an accurate day-by-day forecast for 11 months. And in their forecasting system, drought, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana. Now, you all remember 2016, but what I remember about this was I looked at that big number, go 61 times 10 to the 103rd calculations. That's a lot. IBM's Watson computer, arguably one of the fastest computers on the face of the earth. Did you know if you turn it on full power for an entire day, how to do it simple arithmetic, it can only do 1 times 10 to the 24th power calculations. So apparently they've got a whole bunch of IBM Watsons that nobody knows about. And then I thought about that number even more. For my science nerds in the audience today, maybe you were taught, like I was in some of my physics courses, that the number of known atoms in the universe, atoms, the building blocks of molecules, the number of known atoms in the universe is 1 times 10 to the 80. So this company went out and told you, or sold you snake oil, that they're doing 24 orders of magnitude more calculations than there are known atoms in the universe. And that's how they're able to predict your day-by-day weather out 11 days. Excuse me, 11 months. I just showed you at the beginning, we don't even know how much snow is going to fall Friday. These people don't either. But I have to compete against all of this. And then this guy. Do you know how many of you all email me every time the groundhog comes out and says, is this legit? No, it's not legit. This is just for the fun of it. And the National Weather Service, of course, has been keeping track of the groundhog. His accuracy in the last 139 years is 38%. So flip a coin to do better than this guy. You know what he's actually doing here? He's saying, I don't know what I'm talking about. Or I should be hibernating. That's what's going on there. And I know when you all get home tonight, you're going to have the little basket next to the toilet with the Farmer's Almanac in it. Get it out and look at what its forecast was for this winter. That's what it was. Mild in the west, cold and snowy everywhere east. I've already shown you how they blew it. This just shows you that we can't do this and can't do it very well. So can I tell you what we do know and what the latest thinking is? Because what do markets move on? Stories. And this is the story they're going to tell. Let's do this, South America, and I'm done. That right there is the latest seasonal outlook on drought. You see where they're anchoring drought? Look at the color bar in the bottom right. They're anchoring the drought exactly where I've been telling you it is right now. They actually have drought relief and improvement in the Western Corn Belt. One of the big reasons for that, the jet stream just decided to line out from China all the way to the West Coast. And if it does that, it just increases the frequency at which we can get storm systems to come over us. I'm happy about that. Let's reduce that drought stress over the top of us. Here's the other bit of good news. This is bullet point number 3 today. That is the latest sea surface temperature map, and I've identified over the top of it 2 regions that I've been watching for a while. We have had 3 years of La Nina, and it's finally going away. The ocean temperatures are warming, and the reason they're warming is because the trade winds, which for 3 years have just plowed across the open Pacific, have stopped. In fact, 2 weeks ago, they switched directions, messing up everything about the rest of this spring, changing the jet stream behavior, and now beginning to reduce our risk of summer drought. If you'd like to know what I want to do perfectly to make sure that you have a perfect season, there's only one last thing to get rid of right here, and that's it. Do you see how coming off the west coast of the United States and the Baja of California, I'll point it on this screen, right here there's still cold water? If that all warms up, all of the risk for drought goes west. I'm not talking about the Western Plains, I'm talking about California, Oregon, and Washington. As long as there's still some cold water here, that's symptomatic of the atmosphere wanting to dip over the west, not ridge over them. You get rid of that cold water, bring in the warm water in the equatorial Pacific, that's called El Nino, and we are in business for bin-busting yields. That's it. That's what we're watching. So what did we think? Are we going to be in El Nino by fall? Nearly every long-range weather model suggests we are. And whether you know it or not, in this room, El Nino is your absolute best friend. Now, there's another reason for that. El Nino is named after Jesus, so I guess you can think of that as well. But what we're talking about here is that the removal of La Nina to El Nino is starting to improve our chances of having better weather. And this right here, I'm surprised none of you are applauding yet, but this is the best animation we've got. Ready? That's through May, June, July. Do you see the cold water beginning to go away here? And the warm water showing up there? That's the best recipe we can give you right now for a better summer. So this is the story right now, not the truth. The story, and the previous speaker said it, is that right now the outlook for the Midwest is not for massive drought to expand. This is the evidence we've got of it right now. So here's bullet point number 3B, and then we'll do the last one. If we were going to have terrible, terrible drought, these 2 maps tell you what has to happen by April. That's it, April to May. Look over there at the map on the left. That's looking at the Palmer Drought Severity Index. This tells you how dry things are. If it is dry from Texas, North Dakota, Colorado to Ohio, that is the whole of the central United States breadbasket. If it's dry there and spring rains don't undo the drought, we don't have the water in the profile. That's how critical April and May rainfall is to you. Over there on the right, I put together every year that had massive drought in the Midwest. When you look at all of them, there's a big La Nina, there's a bunch of cold water off the Baja of California, and there's cold water that is up there in the Gulf of Alaska. Warm water between Alaska and Hawaii. We have just shown you that the removal of La Nina is coming off the table, and spring rains can undo those subsurface soil moisture deficits. If that happens, our outlook for this upcoming summer is for huge yield potential. That's what it has to be. So here we go. I'm going to skip this and get right here. 2012, to prove to you that no one can forecast massive disastrous weather events in long, months in advance, like in March. That is the historic corn price going back to 1960. Do you all remember when the drought-induced rally in 2012 started? When it went from $5 and something to $8 and something? Remember when that all started? June 18th. That was actually when we knew it was going to be super hot and dry with the Triple Ridge right over Minnesota. That's that 3-week horizon. That's where we currently sit. So what do we know about this upcoming year? Here's 4 different modeling agencies giving you an idea for spring. Now, this includes March, April, and May. Every one of these forecasts, look at the green over there on the left. They want to bring in wet conditions for much of the central and eastern and parts of the western Corn Belt. They're keeping drought in the plains. That's from the European model. This is from the US models. We have 9 of them, or 8 of them, excuse me, that we put all together. You can see on the left the precip and on the right the temperatures. We got a cold March coming up, but it appears that once we get into April and May, we're going to make a quick recovery and forward. This is what we've got from Columbia University. Do not put any stock into the dry spot that's right over us right here. That is just an artifact. Are you okay with that? Don't look at it. Let's go with what NOAA just suggested. This is their outlook for spring. What does this mean? Probably tight spring windows. What does it also mean? A reduction in the risk of drought for summer. You say, well, what about summer, Eric? This is the latest update we have for summer right now. The risk this particular summer is suggested to be over the western United States, which right now is flooding. We think the heat and the drought is going to reemerge there because of the loss of La Nina, the loss of the cold water off the West Coast should push all the heat toward it. Now, if I actually knew that was going to happen exactly that way, you know my position in the markets. But the reality of it is that we have to wait till we get to about mid-June to see if the risk is actually on the table. This is the latest information we have. And that's why we're at a report every day, to keep you ahead of all these things as they change. Now, if you have a couple more moments here, oh my gosh, I would like to tell you about your biggest competitor. Very quickly, ready? Corn and soybeans in South America. And let's finish up with what's going on down there. Brazil does not have a weather pattern like we have in Iowa. They have a monsoon, flows out of the Atlantic, cuts across Brazil and exits east. Argentina has weather patterns like we do, except for their cold fronts come from the south. If you are unaware of how big of a growing area South America has, I'll overlay some states on it so you can see. I told you I had 4 bullet points today. I'm about to give you the 4th one. Argentina right now is struggling with incredibly dry conditions. They're having about half of their normal rainfall since the beginning of their growing season. And this is what it looks like with their drought severity map going back over the last 3 months. If you're curious where Argentina's most productive areas are, I'm going to point them out to you. You ready? This is Iowa, that is Illinois, that is Indiana, and there's Nebraska. That's it. Those are the I states called Buenos Aires, Cordoba, Santa Fe, and Entre Rios. These areas right in through here. And their NDVI values, which tried to peak in January, have crashed again because they're back into drought. They had a frost event that hit very, very limited acres, but it shook the markets up back after February 18th. Some places dipped down as if it were August below freezing. Incredible to see that. But here's the last number I want you to take away that I hope wraps up some of the stuff that other folks talked about today. What is Brazil's advantage? You heard from the previous speaker about their total productivity. Their advantage is in that bottom line called area planted in hectares. Their planted area increases exponentially every single year. This year, they added a Kansas worth of soybeans into production. And the last number I want you to write down is the number up there at the top, 400 million. There was a research paper published in December that their new president Lula brought into light about a month ago that showed that right now, should Brazil decide to convert its pasture land over to farmland, they've got 400 million acres to do that with. That's not the Amazon, that's pasture land. It's not the best farmland, but it's farmland. And that's going to continue to be their advantage over us for a while. Now, right now in Brazil, I picked off their most productive states, highest NDVI values in the last 20 years, which means the crop looks healthy from space. And we think that that production number could be, like she said, 153. I've heard estimates as high as 160 million metric ton. This is what the problem is, though, right now in central Brazil. It's flooding there, and they cannot get the crop out. There are fish right now in their soybean fields. And that 400 million acre number that I just told you about, I need you to understand that they don't have the infrastructure right now to take advantage of it. Unless there is a massive influx of cash into Brazil to build the right kind of infrastructure, because they do not have a Mississippi River in the middle of Brazil. Their big river, the Amazon, is north of them. And it's hard to get stuff out of the Amazon, because if you get in there and get bit by something, you're going to die. So they have problems with their infrastructure. If you watch who invests in Brazil, that'll be a major clue as to how quickly they continue to increase these production numbers. Keep all of this in mind. They're a major, major competitor for what we do here. But if you're curious what the upcoming forecast looks like, Argentina is going to get worse. On the right, the next 10 days, hotter. On the left, drier. Where is it going to stay wet? Right where they want to harvest a crop in central Brazil. So these high numbers you've been hearing about are likely the peak we're probably going to hear because they can't get a crop out of one place and it's incredibly dry in the other. And these are the main weather stories going on right now until all of you get in the fields right after those insurance dates. And then all the attention comes back to you. And everywhere else in the world is praying that somebody has a massive drought so that what they grow is more valuable. And the world's gunning for you to have the drought this upcoming year. Do you understand this? Everybody else wants you to have problems, including my eye state. It's no joke. But we have to think about what that means in terms of your total productivity. And that's why the world knows every single one of your little square counties and what they're able to do. Because you guys lead the country in production. You've got good weather most years, great soil, and fantastic people working that soil. And the world watches. So I'll stop there. And if we have some time, I'll take questions. But I do know we went over a little bit today, so I can stop. But thank you for having me out to speak.
I think we have time for a couple quick
Good.
questions. Does anybody have any questions for Eric?
There's got to be a question in there somewhere.
This is sort of a silly question, but do you have any recommendations for, just like more of a local forecast that you think tends to be a little bit more accurate? In terms of just like sites that would give that or things like that. I know you mentioned that the apps tend to be pretty inaccurate.
Well, the reason why the apps tend to be inaccurate is because they all pull from the same API. So when you get the forecast on your phone, there's really only 2 providers left. Apple just bought one of them. So Apple's only going to have the Dark Sky API. The other one's by IBM. There are some other small ones, but each app that you get actually puts a different spin on the forecast to make it look different. And in fact, most of them actually increase your rainfall chances because they know you'll check it more often and get more advertising dollars if it's going to show up wet. So that's a problem with some apps. I'm not telling you which ones, but we know that they've been doing that. I'm trying to build the newest one. And I have a website that every day I have point forecast information that shows you every single weather forecast model and what it's saying. Plus I have all your historical data, including GDDs, soil temperatures, everything on there. And that website is just ag-wx.com, agweather.com. And over the next 2 months, I'm actually going to be taking some time to completely revamp that site and make it even more user-friendly and mobile-friendly as well. I'm the one that built it, so I'm not a true front-end designer. So it's a little bit ugly, but it gets the job done. I don't know who your local forecasters are. Some people have great local forecasters. Others have clowns. Where I live, it's a clown. But we like to watch him because he makes a fool of himself and gets views. So there you go. Another question for me? We covered a lot in an hour and 8 minutes. What do you want to know? Anything I say surprise you today? Do you just want to leave because it's nice and I told you the weather's going to be terrible later? That I understand. So I'll turn it over to you. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks again, Eric. I think the only similarities between my job and Eric's are that red is always bad. So, again, thank you, Eric. Thank you to all of our other speakers. The presentations from today will be available online. Just give us a few days to get those posted, but they will be out there at hillsbank.com. Before you leave, I encourage all of you to fill out the surveys that are on your table. It really helps us to plan for future events. For those of you that are viewing live stream, there is a short survey for you to complete on our website as well. Finally, I'd like to give one more big thank you to our sponsors who help make this event, the food, and the refreshments free of charge to you. Ag Risk Crop Insurance, Advanced Tiling and Trenching, Eldon C. Stutzman Incorporated, Growthland, Hertz Farm Management, Iowa State Extension and Outreach, KDK Sales and Equipment, and Latta Harris. Again, thank you all for coming. Drive safe and have a great rest of your day.